Yeah,
This is the one we went off of. That's two
yeah.
display
Can I
boards.
use that one?
Yeah, if not, and you want to keep yours, there's the.
Turn our mics on. Yes, Scott.
What's that, Mick?
I was gonna say, yes, Casey's running the Zoom on the computer across from us, so I saw
Oh,
your chat, so we thought we'd give it a couple of minutes. We're watching the slot machine go up of participants, so we'll give it a couple of minutes and we'll get started.
okay. Sounds good.
Ready?
Uh-huh.
You ready, Mark? All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. We appreciate the extra effort you all give to take on this responsibility, and being called on to lead by your peers is potentially one of the greatest honors you can get in your professional life. And so congratulations, number one, and thank you for being here. We know it takes an incredible amount of extra time to not only carve it out for the few hours we'll be together today, but to prepare and then the follow-up. For example, Scott led us in a board meeting yesterday for just under 7 hours. And I think he was gracious enough to give us about 20 minutes and breaks. And so 94 items on the agenda we brought to the board. So we're in this together, and we do appreciate the work. Today might be the most important day of the year for the association. The rules of the association are what drive the association. So the conversations that we often have with all of you and your peers and other participants are based around what the rule is, how the rule is applied, and the interpretation of the rule. And so there's 11 opportunities today to adjust those rules. And so it's incredibly important we understand what those are, and that when you go out to share this information with those of you represent, that you provide that full picture to them. And in the spring, when you go to vote, that you vote on how this will benefit or not benefit the entire membership. So again, we appreciate you taking on the extra responsibility, providing your time, and increasing the professionalism of this association. With that, I pass it off to Mr. David Blakeney, our Vice President.
Good morning. Please rise as we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. One of my responsibilities here is to take the official roll call for the day. So I am putting in the chat a Google spreadsheet. Those of you who have done this before kind of know how it works. It's important that you click on this link, pop into this Google spreadsheet. These are for the voting members. The rest of you are welcome to take a look, but this is for the voting members. You'll need to find your name and type in your name as present. And please don't forget to hit return or enter or what have you, so your name will actually pop in as present. You only need to do it under column D where it says present. You don't have to do anything else at this point until further instructed. So please just everybody take a minute to do this. I will be monitoring. And so if there's anybody who pops in late or what have you, I will reach out to you personally in the chat to get you connected. So again, please type your name and hit either enter or leave the box, go to a different box so what you typed actually enters into the box. Thank you very much. And I will pass it on to Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, BJ. Well, good morning, everyone. Once again, I'd reiterate what Mick started out with. Thanks for being here, and thanks for representing your areas, districts, leagues, schools, kids, in this important information that we're going to cover today. Mick already shared that the board met yesterday for, I think if you asked Wendy, it was a little over 7 hours. But the important thing that you should have got from that is in that 7 hours, I think they said about 20 minutes worth of breaks. So you may not expect too many today, so we can get these done. Just kidding. We'll have an opportunity to take some breaks along the way. I just want to give a quick report of where we are as a board and things that we're working on. And yesterday in our meeting, we did some great work, and we've done some great work leading up to today. One of those is the revamping of the strategic plan for the WIAA. And with that, yesterday, the board took action on our board goals for the 22-23 school year that reflect the strategic plan. And so I just wanted to share what those were, so you kind of know what we're working on, and maybe some of the things that we have already seen in action or putting in action, and gonna you're gonna see things happening. So the first one in strategic plan is diversity, equity, and inclusion. For the executive board, the WIAA executive board will provide the support and resources needed to complete the tasks of redistricting and aligning of district policies and procedures. So if you remember right, last year, this group through the governance committee passed redistricting for not next year, it'd be the 24-25 school year. And that work has begun. And we know that that is very difficult work, especially for the east side districts. And so we want to be able to supply, provide, support all of that work that's being done. Dawn yesterday reported that those conversations in 7, 8, 9 are going pretty well, and they're really starting to dive into constitutions and those types of things. And 5, 6 is I'm not sure exactly where they were. He wasn't, Dave wasn't there yesterday, but I know that Dave is working for both of those districts at this time. And so I'm assuming that those are going well as well. The second strategic plan focus area is financial action support, and the executive board will finalize the formation of the WIAA Foundation. So back before COVID, I was going to try not to say that word today, sorry. But prior to that, when I took over as the finance committee chair, one of the things we started looking into was different revenue streams, and the WIAA Foundation was one of the things that we began to speak about. Some of you, or most of you, or a lot of you, I guess, participate in the foundation games, and that was one of the beginning portions of that. And in that timeline, obviously with the actions of COVID and what we went through, our focus went many other places during that time. And so now that we're back to what most of us would consider somewhat normal, we're going to get back on the track of finalizing the formation of that. And Kathy Schick, one of the executive board members, is the chair of the foundation committee that she's formulating and continuing to build. So you'll hear more of that as we move forward throughout the year and into the future. The third area is coaches education. The board will continue to develop and increase coaches education opportunities. Maybe not develop, maybe more like support the development of. Our staff has done a tremendous job over the last 3-4 years of really changing what coaches education looks like. Coaches school, especially with online, that we had to go to. Also this year, we rolled out the final forms coaches registration in that process. And even though that process may not have been as smooth as we all would have liked, I think the majority of us are finding that that was a very good move for us to help with our coaches and our rules clinics and our education process. And there's more to come there. We're definitely not 100% done with that, and we're not 100% in compliance, but this should help us with that process. And then healthy cultures is area number 4. And this is probably where I jumped in right away as board president. The board will promote the importance of all support positions that are an integral part of providing educational-based athletics. Some people know this, some people don't. As board president, I created a chip. Some people call it a coin. Some people have it in their hands. I carry it with me all the time. And really, the short of it was, the simple-minded of Scott Chamberlain was, I don't ever want to flip a coin to make a decision when it comes to kids. And so that coin for me was really to remind me of what it is we are as the WIAA and who are the all the key players of that. And so with that, it expanded quickly. And so at the state tournaments in the fall, we purchased a few more coins and handed them out to officials. And as we know, I used this analogy yesterday in our meeting. I remember when my daughters were younger and we'd buy them a very nice present. It was amazing that the box was more fun to play with than the present sometimes. And so same thing here, the simplest of things can have a lasting impact. And so we shared these with all the officials at the state tournament and just let them know how important they are and that they are part of what we do. And I think that's gone a long ways. I know that the reports that we've gotten back from staff that were in charge of those tournaments was very positive, and the conversations were very positive about those things. And then also the Mick has probably led this one. Well, I shouldn't give Mick too much credit here, but I'm going to give him the credit on this one. I think it's been led by the staff as well, everybody involved. At the state events so far, we have really tried to reach out to our state workers, giving them some gear so that they can wear and be proud. And once again, the smallest things go the longest ways. And so it's been a nice addition to say thank you to them in a way that they deserve, because as we all know, even in our own buildings, those people behind the scenes, if they're not there, the events don't go off the way they should for our student athletes. So those are our goals that we will work on throughout this year. And then one piece that I would add is one thing that we haven't done a lot with yet, but we do talk about is we are the host of the summer meeting this summer here in Seattle. And so you may start hearing some of those things and some of those conversations as we bring in the other state associations and their board members for the summer meetings. So with that, I believe I turn it back over to Mick.
Thank you, Scott. And to reiterate some of the strategic priorities, for those of you that are not aware, in the last year, Tim Graham chaired a committee for us that had 43 individuals, that included students and parents, athletic directors, coaches, district directors, board directors, superintendents. And those were the 4 priorities that Scott went over. A few other examples of that work in practice right now that is, I think, important for the membership to understand. The board took action yesterday to approve a stride in strategically rethinking what we do with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what this program will do, and we're going to look for, our goal is to have at least 6 schools pilot this spring, that you would choose a demographic in your school, either one identified by OSPI or your own. So for example, you may already do something like this with regarding Title IX with female participants, or you could do one that you would have to come up with your own data on your demographics of a club in your school, such as Gay Straight Alliance. Again, it's up to the school to decide what demographic you want to address. You identify their level of participation in relationship to their membership in your school, and you develop a plan to increase that participation. And at the end of the year, you collect the data to see if that worked in a positive way or not. And you provide some feedback, what next steps will be, either to continue to revise the plan or to identify another group and continue to support the previous group. And so it's an opportunity with low risk and high reward that our diversity committee has recommended and the board has accepted. So more information to come on that in the near future. The second one under financial action. So in addition to developing a comprehensive bid process, which you will hear in your board reports in your districts is going remarkably well. The Pixelot program is continuing. And just as an update, the Pixelot program, the 100% is if we reach that 100% of our schools, which they've identified as 95%, we get a one-time payment of $600,000 to the state. Now, why are things like this important? We use these type of opportunities to, one, grow programs, but also number two, to try to put off increasing ticket prices and membership fees. The money goes back into the system. We've currently hit our first benchmark, and we're 15 schools away from hitting the next benchmark, which brings in $90,000. If we get 71 more schools, we get an additional $320,000. And from day one, the board has committed of that $320,000, if we hit that 95% threshold, 200,000 of it would go back to member schools who are participating with us in the Pixelot program, which on average would be about $500 a school. That would go directly back to schools to defer from your membership fees. So there's opportunity there. If you have questions, we're happy to answer them. You can have a competitor's camera and still put this on or up in your gym or in your stadium for no cost. Coaches education is another highlight. Scott did a really nice job of doing that. We want to make sure that you all are fully aware of the integration of that with 24/7 and now the NFHS network. All of that is fully integrated. You can sync that directly to Final Forms, which is available to all of you at no cost in that tower project. So that is continuing to evolve, as well as us being able to offer all classes required at either no cost or reduced cost to what any for-profits out there are doing. And finally, healthy cultures. Again, Scott led this work and set the tone with the coins. We are currently working on a game management recommendation of best practices. Both our BIPOC AD group and our DEI group took the lead with that. We hope to have that out to membership this spring for review and recommended changes and have that available as a resource to all schools beginning next year. As well as we are continuing to review, I saw Suzanne Vick on here, but she is implementing a program at her school, and we're continuing to review that and others that would enhance fan participation rather than just a punitive system, but what are products out there that are proven to enhance the fan experience, which will hopefully eliminate a lot of the problems that you have with management. The other piece that we want to talk about today, so those are highlights of the work going on, but really when we talk about the state of the state, one of the things I wanted to touch on today is just our expectations of ourselves in general. You know, education-based athletics has provided us all life lessons. And for many of you on the screen today, those life lessons, whether they were positive or a tough lesson at the time, were provided by trusted adults, coaches, athletic directors, others in your life. And they spurred you or hopefully gave you the opportunity to be here today. And you are a leader of leaders. When you are selected by your peers to be here today, I cannot reiterate that enough, how impressive that is, that they trust you to make decisions that are going to impact all of their students, their coaches, and their communities. And I want to make sure as we're moving forward out of this pandemic and we're getting to a reset, that we avoid making excuses, justifying or ignoring bad behaviors. That we are at a critical stage in this state, in our state and throughout the country, that we must do what those people did before us and hold our students and our coaches and our fans and ourselves to a level of accountability that we learn and we're very clear on what's acceptable and what isn't. And it's not that we need to be so firm, you know, to go so far the other way, but simply not making excuses for people not knowing the rules. All our coaches get handbooks. We spend tens of thousands of dollars to purchase and send those to schools so coaches have them. Our handbook is readily available online. we are doing our best to try to reiterate rules over and over, provide people to know so that people don't violate them in ignorance and to have consequences that are fair. And what we need is that consistent education and training and implementation of that. So we create that cultural norm of what's expected. So when our superintendents and our school boards this spring are making decisions on budgets, and they have to decide if that 2% or so of their budget is going to go to education based, they see this incredible value of what we provide to all children in our community, not just a select few, but all of them, based on what we provide there. And they're not caught up in the results of bad behaviors that were either ignored or justified that grow to such an issue that it becomes a problem for the district. So when I get the opportunity to go out, I'm championing the statistics, the attendance, the graduation rates, how many presidents, how many CEOs of 500 companies have played high school sports. And what we need to do is take care of that in our own backyards to make sure we're educating everybody on the rules. If we don't like the rules, we do exactly what you're here to do today. Evaluate them, decide if we want to change them and then implement them accordingly. So again, we appreciate, we know ADs have tough jobs. We're here to support you, and we want to make sure that this is available, not just during our careers, but well beyond our careers for children that have yet to play. So thank you. With that, I believe we get to turn it over to our parliamentarian. So to keep us out of trouble and make sure anything that you do that we do well is Mark Colin, a longtime WIAA member, and has been gracious enough to remain with us to lead this part of it. So Mark, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mick. Excuse me. Greetings, everyone, and thank you, Mick and Cindy, for inviting me back. It's an honor and a privilege to serve in this role. Thank you. One thing we're going to do this year is to streamline the process just a bit at the beginning. And David is going to ask for a motion to bring all of the amendments to the floor at the same time. And we'll need someone to type all in the chat as a motion and someone else to write all in as a second. Then all of them will be on the floor, and that will save us 11 steps, repeating 11 steps of bringing different amendments to the floor. Everything else remains the same. The presenter will explain the amendment and questions from the audience will be addressed. And then the discussion of the amendments will take place in breakout groups. Then we'll return to the main meeting where the maker can answer any additional questions. In case, and we do have 2 revisions of wording proposed so far. If there are any additional ones, the wording of a proposed amendment may be revised by a 60% vote of the members present today. The procedure is same as with bringing all the amendments to the floor. It needs to be made and seconded to revise it. At that point, my role is to make sure that it does not alter the intent of the proposed amendment. There'll be discussion of the revised amendment. And again, we'll need a 60% vote to make the wording change. If for some reason a motion needs to be withdrawn, it needs only we need only someone to make the motion. Second is not necessary. And again, we need 60% of the people to agree that that's the appropriate process. The voting we do today is on any revisions. The voting on the amendments themselves, as you know, is in the springtime. At that time, the high school and middle school joint session requires 32 yes votes to pass. The high school session requires 21 to pass, and an abstention counts as a no vote. I hope that process is clear. Please let us know if you have any questions.
We have a motion and some chat.
All ready for the all?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so we already have a motion and a second to put all the amendments on the floor. Do we need to vote on that? Must need to.
Yeah, all in favor?
Okay,
Yes, Scott.
okay. Through the chat. So all in favor? Type approve. Opposed? Type opposed. first order of business before we get to that, excuse me, is Executive Board Handbook Rule 8.00, and actually 8.40 is term of office. And so going into 2024, lost my notes here. So at the end of this year, 2023, we will have 3 district executive board members' terms expire. That's District 1, District 3, and District 7. And so at this time, I would ask district directors if we have candidates or nominations, and have we filled those positions? So let's start with District 1, Don Bezzizo.
He might have had to already.
Don may have had to leave. He had a
He's here.
situation he was dealing
No,
with.
I'm here. I'm still
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah. We have no positions right now. We're in favor of Kathy Schick returning.
Okay. And we will vote for these. Mark or Cindy, I'm assuming one of you two are going to be able to tell me, are we voting for these today?
No, they will vote for those during the online voting period. This is just a potential to introduce their candidate if they know who they are.
Okay, perfect. Okay, District 3, Joe Keller.
I don't believe that we have anybody to step in, but it's not crossing my mind. I don't think we do. I think we are putting forward the same person.
Okay. And then Joe Richard, District 7. Joe not here?
I don't see Joe on the participant list.
Okay. So when we do vote in April, I believe it is, those folks will be, or those positions will be on the voting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then the 4th position is Region A board member, and the executive board will select that member at the June 3rd meeting at the end of the year. So with that, turn over to you, Mr. Blakeney.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we will jump right into our amendments. We do have them all on the floor already. So I will read through the amendments, let you all know the Superintendent Advisory Committee voting on those, the School Board Interscholastic Activities Committee voting on those, and then I will introduce somebody to talk about the amendments. So first up, high school number 1, Rule 4.2.0. Adjust the enrollment parameters for the 3A, 4A schools to balance the number of schools in those classifications. The Superintendent's Committee voted 14 to support and 1 oppose. The WIAA Committee was 10 support and 0 oppose. And to talk about that is Paul Manford, Gonzaga Prep Athletic Director, District 8 Board Member, and Chair of the Classification Committee.
Thank you, David. Thank you all. So Amendment 1 is really a change in Article 4.2.0. The goal for classifications is really balanced classifications. Our state tournaments operate at a much more efficient way when we have balanced classifications. In the handbook 4 years ago, when the classification committee did some fantastic work, they took a guess on what the classification parameters should be, and they hit the mark on really I think 4 of the 6. And so because the numbers are in the handbook at 1,300, 900 to 1,299, 450 to 899, and so on, we need to, in order to change those, we need to put forth an amendment that would balance the classifications based on the current the current year. So we have come up with the numbers of 1,225, 900 to 1,224, and so on. So any questions, let me know.
All right, thank you, Paul. Moving on to HS number 2, 4.2.0 again. Based upon recommendations from the classification committee, authorizes the WIAA executive board to adjust the enrollment parameters every 4 years. Our superintendent's committee was 14-1, 14 support, 1 oppose. Our WASDA board was 10 support and 0 oppose. And Mr. Manford's going to talk about this one as well.
Thank you. So to keep us from having to come to rep assembly every time we need to determine really the parameters of our classification numbers, we are asking that the membership grant the classification committee and the executive board the ability to balance classifications based on the previous 4-year enrollment numbers. And so that way the classification committee can always look at the current enrollment numbers and make a recommendation to the board. The board would approve that, and then the classification numbers for each cycle would be come up with that way rather than coming to rep assembly every single year. Any questions on that one?
All right, thank you, Paul. We'll move on to high school number 3, 4.2.0 again. Splits the 1B classification into 1B-1 and 1B-2 divisions. Superintendent's advisory committee was 8 support and 7 oppose. The WASDA board was 2 support and 8 opposed. And to talk about this is Tom Kerr, athletic director of Mary M. Knight High School.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you, David, for putting this together. This amendment comes from the 1B division. Specifically, I'm from District 4, Miriam Knight. And kind of where it came from is when the new classification came out in the year 2020 for the classification cycle of 2020 to 24. Several schools from the 2B level were able to drop down in the 1B classification. And what we've seen over the past 3 years now is then specifically the team sports of volleyball, football, basketball, kind of sports that the smaller schools in the 1B offer specifically, is that schools with larger enrollment numbers within the classification have a pretty distinct advantage over the smaller, more considered kind of micro schools within the 1B classifications. So when I did the math, we put it kind of split the number to 50 using the free and reduced numbers. And it kind of came out when I did the schools, and even from what the 2020 numbers were of 36 and 37. When I wrote it, I did say 18 state tournaments, but with discussions with Cindy with the equitable entry rule, it would just go according to the equitable entry rule. So that would be kind of just crossed out. And then where it says the schools have the opportunity to opt up, that would also have to be crossed out as well. So I don't know if we need to have a vote on that, because that is a different amendment in itself as well. So
I appreciate that clarification. That's not something that we would need, that I would need to rule on, but it was certainly something that we had a question about. And because we just didn't see in the wording of the amendment where that opportunity to opt up by sport existed. We just didn't see the language. So thanks for bringing that up.
yeah, and yeah, we overlooked it as well when we were writing it as well. So yeah, I like, and I got a lot lot of information in there. So if you have any questions, let me know. I mean, it's just kind of a competitive fairness, what we're seeing. Specifically in District 4, and I think if you look across the state as well of who and who's at state tournaments in volleyball and basketball, it's most of those schools who have double or even sometimes triple the enrollment of some of the smaller schools in division or in the 1B classification.
All right, thank you. Tom, any general questions for all of us before we go into our breakout sessions? Okay, so we will place you into breakout rooms to discuss amendments 1, 2, and 3. We will have, I believe, 10 minutes allotted for discussion. There will be a district director leading each discussion. And Mr. Barnes will send out any changes to into appropriate breakout rooms or anything like that. So if there's nothing else, I think we're ready to go to our breakout rooms.
Come back.
David, do you want to give a return time to let everybody know they have 30 minutes, please?
Yeah, so it's 9:36 right now, so we'll come back at 10:06.
Thank you.
Mick and Mark, just an FYI, Mark DeYoung is leading the group that Joe Richard was going to lead.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did we hear from Joe at all? We know he's okay?
I have not heard, no.
I'll try to give him a call.
You guys hear me?
I hear you, Joe.
Hi, Scott.
How are you this morning?
Good.
Good.
Are they in breakout sessions right now?
Yes, we just went over amendment 1, 2, and 3. I happen to
Okay.
be in your group and took the lead for you,
Great.
but I did forget to do introductions. So we'll do it in the next breakout.
Ah, you're forgiven.
Joe would have forgot too.
Not to feel bad, Joe, but I forgot as well.
That's a shock. I got your check, by the way.
A good deal. Sorry about the late. I finally got my last name today.
It happens.
Yeah, golly. It shouldn't be that tough.
No. I got people sending checks to the wrong people and
Hi, Joe. It's Mark Cullen here. How are you?
Good, Mark. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks. It's good to see you.
How's the retired life?
I have it's the classic retirees response. I have no idea how I ever had time for work. Busy all the time, as you can probably imagine, but better that than not.
Yeah.
Mick, I don't know if you're able to see the chat, but our conversation in our group was rather quick. So I sent out a chat to everyone that stated that we probably wouldn't need till 10:06. So they'd have some time to take care of some needs, but I don't know how to check in on those groups. I'm assuming they've all returned at this point.
Yeah, we'll ask. Casey's running the Zoom for us. So Casey, are you on?
Yeah, Bryn's really running the breakout rooms. People are still in them.
Okay.
It appears.
Okay. So can we have Bryn let Scott know when we have everybody back, please?
Yeah, I'll go check in on them.
All right. Thanks, Bryn.
My group was a little faster because I forgot we needed to introduce.
The group Mike Edwards is with is done. They're just sitting in there waiting.
Okay.
They didn't know if they're supposed to come back or wait for someone to come let them know.
Not sure I can chat him either. Oh, there he is.
Is BJ in that room there?
I'm here, Joe. What's up?
Did you take any further look at the gal we talked about?
I haven't spent much time on it yet.
Okay, and she sent me a golf magazine, you know, the golf magazine they have today from 1969. Has a picture in there in the back.
That's cool.
It is cool.
Hold on to it.
Oh, yeah. You know, she told me, she sent me all her original stuff and she said, you can't use it, burn it. I said, I'm not going to burn that. You shouldn't either, but that's pretty much how she feels anymore. He's a pistol. He really has a nice swing, obviously.
Hey, BJ. Yeah, our group is done with the talking about the 3 amendments. Is somebody pulling them back?
No, they can just leave the room and come on back to the group.
Okay. Is there somebody that can go in the group? I left the group to find out what to do.
Bryn's going in and checking on each group now and letting them know to come back.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, looks like everyone's back.
Thank you, Bryn. Scott, David, did you catch up?
Yep.
You're up, Mr. Blakeney.
All right. Before we move on to the next couple amendments, is there any questions that people have for additional clarification? If so, please type question into the chat.
Hey, David, can I chime in real quick with a question?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so this is Nick Hazeltine. Our group just had a question for Paul on Amendment 1. They want to know with the balance of classifications 3A, 4A, did that also factor in the groups that traditionally opt up, or what was the plan with those specific groups or schools?
Yeah. The classification committee figured that the best, it's hard to predict opt-ups. And so those numbers came from the current schools that have opted up and then petitioned down. So that's where those numbers came from, is really with where we're sitting currently. So yes, it did include opt-ups. It's hard to anticipate those. Hopefully that answers that, Nick, does it?
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to get a little more clarification on that. So thank you.
All right, next up, Mr. Chamberlain has a question.
So my group, they asked the question. We had Andy Barnes in there who was able to answer it, but I thought it might be good for the whole group to hear that the question on amendment number 2, which really also goes with amendment number 1, was just how did we come up with the 1224, 1225? Is it based on a 4-year average enrollment? Was it based on the number of schools in the 3A, 4A? And we believe that was the answer at that point, but moving forward past number 2, what does that look like for all classifications? Would it be just averaging numbers or just looking at balancing number of schools?
It would be balancing number of schools based on the previous 4-year cycle.
All right, thank you, Paul. Anybody else have a question? Please type question in the chat. We'll give them a little bit of time, then we'll move on to number 4. Cameron Gilbert has a question.
I guess the additional question to that is, what does previous or prior 4 years consist of? Is it the current year you're in back 3, or is it truly 4 years, not including the year you're in?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I believe it's the 4-year previous 4-year cycle, what's listed on the website for classification enrollment data 2020 to 2024.
Okay.
All right, we have another question from Mr. Lowell.
Thank you, David. One of the questions that I think is probably important to have answered is relates to number 2. And if the executive board is given, the ability to change the classification numbers based on recommendations from the classification committee, The question is whether or not then Article 4.2 high school classifications get put into a box and become an executive board responsibility or does it stay out of a box and then the rep assembly could still, there could still be a vote of a rule change during the rep assembly.
Can I defer to the parliamentarian or Cindy to answer that question?
I think it would be fair for Cindy or one of the staff to answer that question.
Yeah, Mark said he would have to review that. Our initial response would be it'd go in as a regular rule. So it'd be able to be changed still, but it would also give the board the authority to change it. So again, it'd have to be a deeper review.
Okay, next up, Mr. Chamberlain again.
I may have jumped the gun here. I was skipping to amendment number 3. Just one of the questions that came up in our group was maybe just questioning the intended outcome of going to a Division I, Division II. Was it to create a competitive balance within those leagues? State tournament, I think, is really what the drive is, in my opinion, but I'm not the writer of this, Tom. Or is the hope that this might increase participation numbers at the Division II level?
I think it's actually all of the above there, Scott. We're trying to get more kids involved any way we can, especially at the smaller schools, to reach out to some of those kids that aren't necessarily able to get to, and that could be through athletics, to just get more participants as possible involved. Which we all know what school-based athletics does for kids. It's more positive than it is negative. And then also, yes, the rationale behind the amendment itself is competitive fairness. I mean, and with that, enrollment does matter, especially at the smaller schools, just because of our football teams are small. I mean, our varsity teams consist of 9-10 kids when you're going up against teams of 20-30 kids just because of enrollment, or not having JV teams or C teams versus schools that have the ability to do that. So it's just you can see that, and it's pretty apparent at the 1B level. So, and yes, I mean, I would love to personally as a coach in my school district, take a Merriam Knight team to a state tournament. But right now it's pretty narrowing odds, just because of we're going up against schools that are 2 to 3 times our size, and with more schools possibly coming down that are even bigger in the next classification cycle.
Thanks, Tom.
Yep. Thank you, Scott.
All right, next one's from Dave Cullen. It says, what is the timeline for setting the numbers? So I was in that group. So Paul, if the executive board does have the ability to change the numbers, when would those numbers come out to say this is the numbers for the current or for the next cycle? Is what our question was.
We hadn't gotten to, but I think I can safely say it's prior to before we start counting. So it would be a year prior to any before we begin the classification cycle.
Perfect. Thank you.
David, Mark has an answer, I think, for Jeff's previous question.
Okay.
Thank you. Jeff, I don't see anything here that would prevent the rep assembly from having amendments submitted and taking action in the usual way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions on amendments 1, 2, or 3? Seeing none at this time, we will jump into our next set. We will look at 4, 5, 6, and 7. So high school number 4, 18.6.0 defines a resident public school and school of choice. If a hardship is granted for a student transferring from a school of choice, they may be eligible only at their resident public school. Our superintendent's committee voted 14 to support and 1 to oppose. Our school board committee voted 9 to support and 1 to oppose. And here to talk about this is Jeff Lowell, Activities and Athletic Director for the Bellevue School District and District 2 Board Rep. Jeff, it's all yours.
Thank you, David. Our, as we all know, our executives eligibility team has been working really hard over the last 3 or 4 years to walk through the entire eligibility process and really has worked diligently to make sure that anybody who is entering into that eligibility process can clearly explain every article that is applicable to an eligibility case, and wanted to really make sure that the student experience as they end up going through the eligibility process is great as well. One of the things that we have all heard in eligibility trainings over the last couple of years is continued confusion over the definitions of a resident public school and a school of choice, really driven mostly by that term school of choice. And the intent of these definitions going into Article 1860 is to make sure that there is a standard definition so that when students and families who are making a decision in the window of transfer between 8th and 9th grade or 9th and 10th grade, depending on what type of school they're going to, they understand what a resident public school is and what their school of choice is. Much of the confusion comes because people have taken choice to mean something very specific, and this definition really clearly articulates that a school of choice can be a public school, a private school, an alternative school, a charter school, home school, or online school. It can be any one of those. And that should a student end up making a choice to go to a school of choice, that once they transfer from that school of choice, the only place through an eligibility transfer process they may gain eligibility would be at their resident public school. So moving from one school of choice to another school of choice would be something that students would understand, need to understand that getting eligibility at that second school would be very, very difficult. There would be multiple discussions during any sort of an eligibility hearing. Hopefully that clarifies. Really trying to clear up, like I said, resident public school and school of choice.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for the general group? Seeing none, we will move on to middle level high school number 5, 18.12.2. If a middle level student transfers to a school district where 8th graders are allowed to play at the high school level, high school eligibility at the receiving school will be limited to sub-varsity only for the remainder of the school year. Our superintendent's committee voted 15 to support and 0 oppose. And our school board committee 10 support and 0 oppose. And back up to talk about this one is Mr. Lowell again.
Thank you, David. This particular suggestion, this particular amendment also comes from our eligibility group through the executive board. And what they've seen is that that 2 different rules are really in conflict. This one, 18.12.2, and then the window of transfer rule, that they had been in conflict and basically allowed a select group of students, potentially something that no other student would end up getting. And so the intent of writing this rule is to close what we could term kind of a loophole in the current rules. If a 7th or 8th grade student transfers to a school, even without a change of residence, and they're eligible under all other rules, they then are eligible at the new middle school to participate. However, that school allows participation, including potentially being called up to a high school program and playing potentially varsity as an 8th grader. What this change, and then what that individual could do under the current rules is actually transfer during the window of transfer. They could end up choosing to move to a new school as a ninth grader and would get immediate eligibility because they're exercising their rights under the window of transfer. The intent of this rule is to say if an eighth grade is transferring, and really specifically eighth graders at that school where the student is transferring into can go and participate at the high school level, that high school eligibility at the receiving school for that eighth grader would be limited to sub-varsity only for the remainder of that school year. And that would be a rule that would not be appealable. So it would give them the opportunity to help salvage a program, but only at the sub-varsity level at the high school. And then they could still go through their window of transfer however they need to. Again, just really trying to tie up what we consider a loophole and make sure that our rules are not in conflict with one another.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions on number 5? All right, moving on to number 6, 18.24.0. Allow for accommodations to be made for students to participate in non-school athletic activities no more than twice per week. Our superintendent's committee, 9 support and 6 oppose. Our school board, 1 support and 9 oppose. Talk about this is Eric Stark, athletic director at Northport High School.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, everybody, for your time here. I think it's pretty straightforward, and I became aware of this situation because we had to live it last year and are living it this year. I just feel like the way the rule is written, even within our own league, 9 of our schools in our league could have a child, for like right now it's volleyball season, have somebody participating on a volleyball team down in Spokane, and they're within 60 miles and they could have their normal practice and get over at 5:30, and the kid could go down there and would have no problem violating the rule. The coach might not even know that they're participating in another sport. But then there's 6 of our other schools that are over 95 miles away from Spokane where these things are offered. And it's not fair for them. They would have to cancel practice because of in order for a kid to leave, sometimes in winter roads, those kids have to leave at 3 or 3:30 in order to get down to Spokane by a 6:30 or 7 practice time. And so I just felt like it puts a really hard on our smaller schools. We only have 42 kids this year in the high school. We have 9 girls playing basketball. We have a couple that might be played if this rule was a little different. I think the second part that makes it hard, particularly for us as a 1B, is that the twice a week, we play on Fridays and Saturdays because of travel. And so if someone had to go to a tournament or even a practice and miss Friday, they're also going to miss Saturday. So that would cause us to violate the rule. And I just felt like the rule as is, maybe it needs to be amended just for the 1Bs in these situations. But for us, 6 of our teams, so about 30% of our own league, this rule is unfairly applied to them. I think the information in there is pretty well outlined and straightforward. I don't know if there's any questions I can answer.
All right, thank you, Eric. I'm not seeing any questions, so we will move on to our final one of this group. Middle school, high school number 7, 20.0.0. All coaches, whether paid or volunteer, would be required to annually complete the WIAA General Rules Clinic and the WIAA Approved Rules Clinic for the sport being coached. Our superintendent's group supported this one, 15 and 0 oppose, and our school board group, 10 support and 0 oppose. And to talk about this is Scott Chamberlain, Sheldon High School Athletic Director, and our current board president.
Thanks, David. I think this one's pretty straightforward. Really, all we've done is removed the recommendation that we had prior of volunteers taking those rules clinics. All of us know in this day and age that when there's a recommendation, that becomes the standard. And so our risk managements would probably ask each of us, since it was recommended by the WIAA, why did we not follow that? And so we felt that, or we believe that removing that and holding all coaches to that standard that work with our kids is the best thing for us to do. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Scott. So we will take 10 minutes per amendment. So that's 40 minutes. See how my math skills here do. We'll break into our groups. It's 10:25 now. 40 minutes would be, what do we got? 10, 11, 11:05. So why don't we come back and take a little break on top of that. We'll come back at about 11:10. That would give us some time to talk and then have a little break as need be. So we'll be back in the main group at 11:10.
Scott, are you on?
Yeah, what's up?
I was gonna let you know, Brent came in and said that she believes everybody's back from their breakout rooms.
Awesome. I think David gave him till 11:10, didn't he?
Yeah, I was just updating you.
Yep, perfect. All right.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. It is 11:10, so we will kind of keep going. First up, if anybody has any questions to clarify for amendments 4, 5, 6, or 7, please type question into the chat and we will answer those, address those questions. Colin, can you please unmute and ask your question?
Yeah, Colin Cushman, Seaholm High School. As far as Amendment 4, we were just not completely clear on the question of eligibility. Is it just varsity eligibility that we're worrying about, or is there a sub-varsity question along those lines as well?
My understanding, and if I'm wrong about this, BJ or Justin would jump in and correct me, but my understanding is that it aligns with the rest of the eligibility rules, which speak to varsity eligibility only.
Again, this rule is around when people are applying for a hardship. So typically the hardship application process is because they're trying to gain varsity eligibility. So that's why it's attached to the hardship, and Jeff's right, it's around varsity eligibility typically.
Thank you, Jeff and BJ. Next one.
Go ahead. David?
Yes.
Mark has a comment, please.
And it's a technical matter, but it helps with this, and that is that this is listed under as high school amendment number 4 only. It's not listed as a middle school proposal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Eric has a question. Why, if a student is granted a hardship, would they not be able to go to a school of choice?
So Eric, they would not be, well, they would be able to go to a school of choice. That question would be their varsity eligibility. If you look at the top of page 6 in the packet, there's actually a Q&A that I believe kind of gets at the heart of this question. So if a student ended up using that window of transfer, went to a school of choice as a 9th grader, and then decided to transfer to a different choice school, then really what that eligibility panel would be looking at is 2 issues. One, is there a hardship that led to a transfer from one school to another? And then is there a hardship that then ended up saying that going to their neighborhood school, their school of residence, resident public school would be a hardship, and therefore going to this new choice school would be better for the student. So what it does is it ends up clarifying things for eligibility panels, and they would end up asking additional questions and weigh in on additional information to potentially grant eligibility if there is a move from one school of choice to another school of choice.
So is it possible that they were granted a hardship, they could go to a second school of choice the way that it's written? And if granted a hardship, could be eligible at the varsity level, or the way that it's written, they could not be eligible at the varsity level, even if it was determined by the panel that there was a hardship in place?
My understanding is that yes, the way it's written, they would still be able to potentially get varsity eligibility at a second school of choice. And BJ, if I'm wrong, please open your mic. And
No, you're correct. It just, Eric, the way that this is written is that if a student were to go and have a hardship, which would actually be approved by the committee to say, yes, they have a hardship at that original school of choice, by rule, that would make them eligible at their resident public school. But if they have an actual secondary hardship about why they cannot attend their resident public school, then yes, they could become eligible at a different school of choice.
Just applying the hardship rule twice, Eric, is really what it's doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Suzanne, I see your question, but we're kind of going to jump out of order because I want to make sure we follow up with this one. What about multiple high schools in one district, BJ or Jeff?
So it would be the same kind of a thing. So if we have 4 schools in our school district, for example, and if BJ attended, her resident public school would be school A, but going into 9th grade, she chose, and we as a district allowed her to go to school B. And then she decides after a year, she doesn't want to go to school B anymore, but she also doesn't want to go back to school A, and decides to go to school C. It's the same thing that we just walked through. We would end up having to apply it. She would be deemed ineligible at school C and would have to go through a multi-step eligibility process to potentially gain varsity eligibility at school C. Because again, it's choice. And that's what it boils down to, is that BJ is choosing to go to school C rather than just staying at her resident public school.
Thank you, Jeff. Suzanne, your question, please.
Jeff, would that be the same then for school districts that have open enrollment? Like you would just, like those schools, I'm thinking Tacoma, like you can kind of go wherever you want, that becomes your school. Has that been discussed? I think Seattle is similar, that you can choose your school inside your district.
No, that's the same thing. We're an open enrollment district. Also, we have the ability for kids to open enroll during a window at the beginning of the year. And what I just described would be, this rule would have to be applied to us. They don't get a free pass.
But what if they never attended your school or any school in your district? And they're going to a private school, they're coming back. Do you have a resident school inside your district?
Yes.
Okay.
No, everybody does. Everybody has a resident public school based on the address that they have, right? So within Bellevue, so if we have somebody that goes to, Bellevue Christian from the time, up through 10th grade, and then says, well, I haven't ever been in the Bellevue public schools. Now we're going to move into the Bellevue public schools, where their address falls would end up defining their resident public school.
Thank you.
All right, Eric, you're back up. And his question is number 6. If it was amended to 1B only, would that gain more support? Entering just
He's jumping to, yeah, it's a, okay,
yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute.
Interesting discussion in our breakout, but that opens Pandora's box. I believe that's where we get into, Mark would have to kind of jump in and help us with this if we wanted to amend one of the amendments. So any other questions for the group for 4, 5, 6, or 7?
Yeah, we had a question on the 8th grade. There was mention about the 9th grade window of transfer, but that's not included in any of the amendment number 5 language. So it says if an 8th grader transfers and 8th graders are allowed to participate at the high school level, high school eligibility at the receiving school is limited to sub-varsity only for the remainder of that year. But it doesn't talk about the window of transfer for 9th graders, but it was mentioned in the whole group and then in our small group that was a portion of it. So just want clarification on that.
No, going back to 5, no, the rule is specific to the 8th grade year. There is nothing changing in 1812-2 that would end up affecting the window of transfer rule, which would be a separate thing. So what you're talking about is somebody who is coming in and they want the potential to play varsity level as an 8th grader. It's that 8th grade year that's at issue, and then the open window, the window of transfer, that's a separate rule, still gets applied the way that rule is written.
That's correct.
So just a question. I think we knew the answer to this, but one of the things we thought during that, and this might change the amendment, is if a kid comes in as an 8th grader and plays a varsity sport, can that change their window of transfer to the 8th grade year, where if they move after that, then they are sub-varsity only eligible or sub-varsity only eligible?
That would be a different rule change. That would, you're talking about a different rule completely. Understand what you're saying. So if everybody else is following Ryan, what Ryan is saying is, could somebody who is an 8th grader who transferred into a school where the 8th grader is potentially eligible to play up at the high school, because the high school is allowed to pull up to salvage a program, could that individual's window of transfer then be between 7th grade and 8th grade? Right? That's a completely different rule. It would be a different amendment that would have to be proposed to change that.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
And further clarification on that would be a 7th grader could go in and transfer, and then in their 8th grade year, they could be varsity eligible. And then the following year, they could do a window of transfer to another school.
That's correct.
Correct.
Thank you, Jeff and BJ. Any other questions on 4, 5, 6, or 7?
Yeah, this is Cindy. I have a question on, I guess, the statement that was made earlier about number 6. Is there some thought of maybe revising this amendment to change it to just be available for 1B schools? Or is Eric asking for basically a straw vote to see if that would, how that might impact people's voting? Yes, I'm not sure where this is going.
Well, my question, I think, was just to, because it came up in our breakout group, a lot of the bigger schools have a lot of concerns about this. They already have troubles with kids doing other sports. They mentioned tennis and swimming, and we don't even offer those. So my question is, if we modified it to 1B only, are we allowed to do that? Because that's what came up on our group, is if it looks like it's really just impacting the small schools.
I think it's also impacting rural schools. So it could be trying to think of some of the outer area 2Bs as well. I don't know if there's 1As. I don't know every corner of the state that well, but I think rural is the one that has the biggest disadvantage with the current rule.
The group that I sat in thought that either a small school or even a distance might be distance traveled or time traveled might be something that made sense. I don't know what that is. That was our discussion to help you make your decision, Eric.
The way that it's written, it applies to all schools at all levels. So a revision would need to be proposed if you wanted this to be to apply to 1B schools only.
Well, so the question that Ryan brought up, I'm not sure what the wording would be or how we would define a rural school versus a non-rural school. Is that 75 miles away from quote unquote hub or where activity was? I think that would be part of the challenge with that. But I think that's the intent of the rule. We just don't want a rule that is unfairly applied even within our own league, because distance traveled for some schools is way different than other schools.
Well, that's a large school issue too. I mean, we have kids. So does that mean a kid that travels from Spanaway that we don't offer any AAU basketball, and Spanaway that traveling to Tacoma is not an option, but if I go to Seattle, it's an option. So then I can miss multiple times. So I think it would be a challenge.
Eric, part of what we talked about within our group was, yeah, rural came up, but the difference is in a small school, 1B in particular, it may mean whether you can have the program or not. So if you have 1 or 2 kids who choose to go to that club program, does that mean that potentially your girls basketball team can't even compete? And if so, that clearly is different from a 2A school who has 1 or 2 kids that choose not to play because you can still find the numbers.
Okay, any more questions or discussion?
Yeah, one more. In our group, we discussed the angst among coaches of girls or, whatever sport it is, going to volleyball, leaving the basketball team. Does this cause, coaching heartaches amongst the staff? It was just a discussion topic that came up. Eric?
Well, I think ideally, as a coach, you want your kids to be fully committed and there all the time. And we haven't, I've been here 16 years, and I think we've only dealt with this 3 times where we had kids doing volleyball or baseball. Maybe it's 4 kids in that time period. But the challenge that we have is, like this year, we had a girl who decided to do club volleyball, which is, that's a great choice for her. But because of the schedule they had a couple tournaments on weekends, they would violate the rule. So she opted not to play basketball and might not play softball. And, again, we're a 1B school. And so now we have 8 kids instead of 10 kids, because then one of her friends decided not to play because she's not playing. So to Colin's point, that does bring up some of the struggles. And it's kind of, for some of us in the 1Bs, we're just trying to have teams. It's not about, having a stud athlete to get us to districts or the state tournament. I think I guess that's where I'm coming from on this. But I hear, hearing everyone's input, I understand why the rule's in place for other places. I just know, again, in our league, there's 6 schools who had a disadvantage, who basically probably will lose kids. I know another school just announced they're not having softball because kids are going to probably elect to do basketball in Spokane.
If I don't mind speaking up, so I'd say for 1B, 2B boys soccer, we play in the fall when a lot of the select teams are playing. Most of the select teams take the spring off for boys. Vice versa, fall girls soccer, they take the spring off, or they take fall off and then play in the spring. So this is something that I think for smaller schools helps. I think there's a stigma. Most small schools, if their best athlete is playing a club sport or whatnot. There's really not an ego involved. They would rather have them there. And I think coaches tend to be in that same. We take who we can get when we get them at the smaller schools. And there's a little bit less angst, so to speak. If a kid is playing, practicing 3 times a week with the school and then once a week with the other club, I just don't think it's the same as the bigger schools. And like Eric said, for some, it's a program piece. You're submitting in spring or whatever. Here's what we think we'll have next year, and then you have kids that don't show up, and you have to tell your league, sorry, we can't hold to our league schedule. So, Eric, I might be more supportive of this from the 1B standpoint. I think from the whole gamut, that might be area of growth for the writing of this.
Anybody else? Okay, then I believe we will move on to high school number 8, 30.3.0. A basketball tournament consisting of up to 4 contests played on consecutive days will count as 1 contest toward the season limitation. Our superintendent's group supported this 11 and 4 opposed. For the school board, it was 9 support and 1 oppose. And here to talk about it is Dennis Bauer, athletic director from Onalaska High School.
Thank you, David, and thank everybody for the opportunity to present this again. I'm back. We've kind of cleaned up the language and everything on this, and I think, this is an amendment that can apply for everyone, but doesn't have to. And I think I want to really make this point. Schools do not have to take advantage of this amendment. Some schools don't need to. They don't need to be able to play those extra games in a tournament setting because of community, because of gym conflicts or whatever. So I just want to reiterate, you don't have to participate with this amendment. I'll try to tackle on some of the cons against it. There's always the thing about equity. Are some of the basketball rich schools going to just get richer, taking advantage of it? And I would argue that that's not the case. I think that there are some schools that can take advantage of, Fort Vancouver, maybe in Vancouver area, having their own tournament, being able to keep their team stay closer to home, host the tournament for extra gate revenue as well as concessions. I know that there are a lot of tournaments for small 2B and 1B schools around our area, Willapa Valley, that's able to bring in teams not only to promote the basketball within their schools, but in the whole area. So I think it's an amendment that fits all levels, boys, girls, and all different divisions. As to time, I know some ADs are saying the season's long enough. Where are we going to fit these in? I think it's the amendment is for more or less on the holidays, for the Christmas breaks, where you can put this tournament in and you can play an additional 3 games. Again, it helps with conflicts, scheduling conflicts, and ability to get non-league games. I'd just like to share a story that just kind of hit home to us. This year, there's a school that has a very strong girls programs in all their sports. They're kind of a rival, but they're in a different division, a different classification. We played them every year. The AD called me and said, "Hey, can we opt out of the non-league game, because our league won't let us have or are forcing us to play a full league schedule. Subsequently, I only have room for a couple non-league games, and your team and our team was really weak this year. We lost a couple transfers and injuries. Says playing you won't help us. Our girls are only getting half the games because we're pulling them halfway through because we don't want to run up scores. So can we get out?" So I let them out of that non-league game. Whereas if I had this, we might be able to accommodate both of our wishes with the additional 3 games. Other things were brought up about officials. Well, since you're playing during the Christmas break or the holiday breaks, you're apt to have more officials available that are willing to work these tournament games. So I really don't see that an issue. In fact, I can see it as an issue that you can maybe even help train officials in a tournament format, or if especially at a lower division, you can bring in mentors and use that as an opportunity to bring young kids aboard to be better officials. Other things, the RPI enhancement. Even though the RPI is just a tool that we use for seeding, these games in tournaments really help us to give us eyes-on view. I know that I'm on the 2B selection or seeding committee. Being able to see Napavine play Davenport, or Ryan's team, St. George, play Brewster, and eyes on, it gives me a really good feel of the strength across, so that when we do seed these teams and sit down and use the RPI, we can get a evaluation, as well as, if you're playing, your RPI is going to be a little higher, so that kind of puts you in the docket per se to start evaluating these things. Other things I already talked about is revenue generator. In this day and age, especially after the pandemic, we're looking for more money for our programs, and being able to host a tournament with the concessions and the gate revenue only helps us. Since there is no, usually these games are on weekends or more during the holiday, there is no loss of class time. I just think it's a win-win-win situation for everything. And the last thing I want to say is the ability for some of our small schools to experience diverse cultures and regions and areas. I know 3 years ago, I took a team during Christmas break down to Arizona, and just being able to, in Tucson, being able to go to Nogales and then go across the river to Nogales, New Mexico, was an eye-opener for our kids. And it's something that they talk about as grown men now. The experience that they enjoyed, and for some of our kids just even get out of Lewis County and go across to Lake Chelan or Spokane for a tournament is just it's a great educational value. So other than that, I think that it's back at presented again, but I just think it's a win-win for the association. And again, you do not have to partake in this amendment if you chose to. You want to play 20 games, play 20 games straight up. So anyway, I want to thank everybody. If there's any questions out there.
Hey, Dennis, I got a quick question for you. Because we can play the 2 games in a day for these smaller schools with a 40-minute break, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I would think that would be an opportunity also.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. We will move on to middle level number 9. 30.64.1. Middle level basketball games may be 4 quarters of up to 8 minutes or 2 halves of 20 minutes of running clock time. Superintendent's group supported this 14 votes and 1 opposed, and the school directors were 10 support and 0 opposed. And up now is Neil Williamson, Athletic Director of Castle Rock Middle School and High School.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Neil,
you got muted.
All right, let's try that again.
There we go.
All right, thanks, Dave. So yeah, I think the first thing for people to understand, this is an option. Down in District 4 here in our middle school league, our 1A, 2A middle school level, we piloted this, and the results came back positive from every angle. The officials definitely really like this in the fact that they know they can stay on schedule. And same with the athletic director, the event staff. Sometimes you do 3 middle school games in a row, you can be there past 8 o'clock. Then we get into that travel situation, getting the kids home late. This keeps us on track. And another thing the officials really enjoyed, or the event staff and the coaches, is the officials are calling blowing more whistles. They have the ability, because they know it won't create the game to be make the game go longer if they blow a bunch of fouls. So anyway, if anybody has any questions.
All right, seeing no questions. Thank you, Neil. We will move on to high school number 10. 41.
I'm sorry, David, this is Cindy. I meant to jump in, sorry. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that the additional language that's highlighted in yellow will be submitted as a revision to this amendment when you come back out of this breakout room. So the discussions should take place, assuming that this will be included.
Perfect. Thank you, Cindy. All right, so now on to high school number 10, 41.5.2, a school may schedule 18 team contests for tennis. Our superintendent committee, 14 support, 1 oppose. And our school directors, 10 support and 0 oppose. And presenting is Suzanne Vick, athletic director from Curtis High School.
Thank you very much. I'm a huge advocate for increasing season limitations, not just in tennis, but in other sports. I do believe that in Washington, we set the standard. We expect great things from our coaches. We provide the training. We have quality high school coaches. I do believe our high school staffs are the best people to be in contact with our student athletes. And I also believe that increasing those contests, that we're increasing opportunities and decreasing barriers for our student athletes. Considering over 50% of our students are on free and reduced lunch, the resources to club programs are pretty limited for half of our students. I believe it's imperative that we work to minimize barriers for our athletes and to provide comparable opportunities across our state. I think passing this amendment allows athletes to gain more in-game experience, gain opportunities to compete against additional schools and have different opportunities that way. For those that have bigger leagues, they're allowed to be able to compete against other schools. We are in a big league and don't have a whole lot of non-league opportunities. It gives schools an opportunity to host tournaments. Curtis has started hosting quite a tennis tournaments, and they're pretty exciting and really fun. And then you also can provide similar competition levels depending on where you're at by providing those additional opportunities. This would make our season limitations comparable to our neighboring states. And I'd also like to add that the additional contests would be allowed, kind of like Dennis said. These are options, they're not mandates. I think we learned during COVID that not everybody ended with the same amount of contests, and we were all okay that everybody didn't have exactly the same. So this would be options for coaches and districts, but it doesn't have to be a mandate. The only downside that I can see from a tennis perspective is that there's possibility of additional travel costs. A lot of tennis teams travel in vans now, so I think the cost to this would be minimal compared to the positives of our kids being with our coaches and learning accountability life lessons and having great coaching. I think, again, back to the sports specialization in clubs, I think they've caused a huge disparity in athletics, and those with privilege or extreme talent have been given that opportunity to play club sports. And I think extending our contest limitations, our high school coaches have stronger impact on our youth to help them grow not only as athletes and as people. So I'm an advocate for extending that to 18 games. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We did have one question on what the current season limit is, and Shane jumped in and answered that 16. Are there any other questions? Okay, on to our final amendment, middle school, high school number 11, 46.1.3.2. League review of the WIAA administrative staff regarding the misrepresentation or misapplication of a rule is no longer required. Superintendent's group, 14 support, 1 oppose. School board, 10 support and 0 oppose. And to talk about this is Cindy Adsett from the WIAA staff.
Thanks, David. Currently, schools have the ability to appeal an ejection based on misinterpretation or misapplication of a rule. That decision is made by the WIAA executive staff that oversees that sport, but actually the whole executive team reviews those appeals. Once that has been determined that a rule was misapplied or misinterpreted, the ejection is removed from the school and either the student or the coach. Currently, the rule says at that point, then the school needs to appeal the decision of the staff to their league. I would venture to guess that nobody's doing it that way. And so we have proposed to really have this process read the way that it should. That once the staff have made the decision that it's been misinterpreted or misapplied, the ejection is removed. Then the decision becomes that of the league as to what to do about the outcome of that contest. If they leave it as is, if they replay it from that point, if they replay it from the start, if they replay it, if they need to for postseason, whatever, that then becomes, that's where the league steps in. And we included the whole process for appeal if the opposing school disagrees with that decision. So we tried to list every option. If both schools are from the same league, if they're from same district, different leagues, or they're from different districts, try to get all that laid out there so that every school involved in or both schools involved in the contest feel that they have due process after the decision has been made.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Questions for the group?
In the revised language.
Oh, I will say that this part, again, just like that, number 9, all the information that's highlighted in yellow will be proposed as a revision to this amendment when you come back after the breakout. But in your breakouts, please discuss it as if that were part of it.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Before we go into our breakouts, if there's any delegates that want to submit a revision to an amendment, they need to type revision into the chat. Oh, we have a question. Shane, what's your question?
Cindy, you keep mentioning something about highlighted in yellow. Is there a document that I wasn't aware of that we're following, or are you talking about when we come back, there will be a revision link to something where we would see? I don't know. I'm only going off of the amendment packet that I have a link to from previous emails. I'm not seeing a document where there would be yellow highlights.
Did you get the packet that went out? I believe, I don't remember if it was, I think it was the 18th, last Wednesday, that packet. Maybe you did not print it off on a color printer.
I'm just going off my computer, so I'll check my emails to see if I got that.
I do believe that the listing of the amendments on the website also shows the yellow highlighting. That's been on there for quite a while. This is nothing that we just added today.
Oh, so if I'm looking at, for example, the amendment number 11, B is highlighted, is that right?
B is the shaded part because that was what was the original amendment in bold and gray highlighting, beginning with C and going down through C1, B, C, and D are all highlighted in yellow.
Oh, okay. I'll look for the email. I don't see it. Okay.
Jane, I'll check with Casey and see if we can get that added to the chat as a link as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Jane, it was sent out on Wednesday, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll jump back into this. If any delegate wants to submit a revision to the amendment, they need to type revision into the chat. Following this third breakout, the delegates that have typed revision into the chat will meet with Cindy and Mark in a breakout room. The length of the break will depend on how many revisions there are. Also, any revisions must be emailed to Cindy Adsett at cadsett@wia.com during the meeting so that the wording of the revision can be finalized in the revision breakout room. So I do see we have one revision, so please, Eric, email the language you'd like to add to Cindy, and then we will have you join the breakout room after we do our third breakout session. So this time we will jump into our third breakout session. We do have 4 amendments to discuss. So another 40 minutes, so it's 11:48. So we'll try to be done by, what would that be, 12:30? If we get done sooner, and we're all back in the room, we'll start right away. So we're not going to necessarily wait till 12:30. 12:30 is the latest we'll start. If people are back, we'll start before then.
Those of you that are in the room right now, did my response back to the classification come through on your chat?
I didn't see it, Andy.
I did. This is Tim.
Okay, it seems that we're having glitches in the chat, so we might have to just keep that in mind as we move forward.
I don't think it's a glitch. I think it's if you're in a breakout room, it probably isn't showing up. If you reposted it, once everyone's back, I bet you it will show up.
Okay.
This is my problem.
Winner.
Okay, it is 12:30 and we will keep moving right along. So we're at the point where we're going to look at revisions. So just to make it clear, a delegate is the one who has to make a revision to an amendment. So if you are not one of the voting delegates, then you cannot make a revision or request a revision to an amendment. So at this time, I believe, Cindy, you can correct me, we have just amendment number 9 and number 11 that we need to meet about.
Correct. We'll start with number 9. We need a motion and a second to accept the revisions. And I would ask whoever does that to put it in the chat, but also say it because we're having some issues with the chat. It's not showing everything.
I move to accept the revisions on number 9 as written.
I second it.
Who was it that said the motion? I'm sorry, we only have a limited screen. So would you say your name?
Mike Tully.
Got it.
Dennis Bauer seconds the motion.
All right, thank you, Mike and Dennis. Are there any questions about the revision? It was in our packet, so.
We do a call for the question here. We're reversing roles.
Sure, you can do that.
Hey, Scott, we have in the roll sheet is a location for people to do their voting.
Okay.
So I'm putting in the chat again, the link. And I believe this amendment number 9, it's middle level only. And there are 15 middle level folks in this group. So middle level only will need to vote. Please type under, it's in column E. You would type next to your name, yes, which would suggest that you approve the revision, or no if you do not approve of the revision. So middle level only, those 15 individuals, please type that and make sure you hit enter or get out of the box so we can see what your vote indicates. And David, if you just want to give that a minute or so, then you guys could probably move on and Justin, Andy, and I will tally up the votes.
Sounds great. Thanks, BJ.
You bet.
Looks like we have a motion for number 11 as well.
Yeah, Jeff Carlson and Kashmir. I move to accept the revisions for amendment number 11 as written.
Alec for mayor, second.
Thank you, Jeff and Alec. Any questions on number 11? And this one is a middle school, high school amendment. So both middle school delegates and high school delegates will be voting.
Yes, again, that spreadsheet is, I can put it in the chat again if people need it. Please type the word yes, or you can type approve is fine. And then just make sure you get out of the box so we can see what you have indicated.
My understanding, David, is that Clark Pauls has also submitted, made a motion to revise amendment number 6 that would have this apply to 1B only. Is there a second for that one?
Looks like we
Jim
got
Murley?
Jim Murley.
Okay, and then the other 2 we knew in advance, so Mark had the chance to review those. As parliamentarian, he needs to look at whether or not that maintains the intent of amendment number 6.
Susan, thank you. Well, I think that if you look at the proposal on number 6 as written, it applies to all classifications. I think it's really, really, really clear from the signers of the proposal, as well as the lengthy rationale that this is intended to apply to 1B schools, and I would rule changing that to 1B in order.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So at this point, we will be changing number 6 that says allow for accommodations to be made to students who participate in non-school athletic activities no more than once per week will only be applied to the 1B level. Any questions?
This is a middle level and a high school level, so I think all will be able to vote.
Thank you, VJ. Any questions or discussions on this before Mr. Chamberlain calls for the question?
Well, they're already voting.
Okay.
Call for the question.
We're jumping in.
Again, make sure you vote yes or approved or no, and get out of that box or hit enter so we can see your vote.
I do have a question, and Cindy, you might want to help with this one too. We have schools that have been granted a petition down in football. So they are a 1B school, and then they would be a 2B school for other sports. How would that apply here?
We're not coming up with a definitive answer on that one, so that's probably something we're going to need to get back to all the delegates on that.
Okay, so we'll just wait for, I believe, BJ and Andy to count the votes to see if those revisions were approved.
All 3 of those proposed revisions have passed.
David?
Yes, sir.
In conferring here, it would seem appropriate that if a school was 1B in football only and 2B up, that only their 1B portion would qualify. Because they are under the 1B guidelines at that point, and this one would be distinct to 1B. So it'd be unfair for their 2B basketball team to have an advantage over the neighboring 2B basketball team. So.
Thank you, Mick. Thank you, VJ, for counting the votes. So we will probably kind of set that out to the delegates just to clear it up. At this time, I don't see any other revisions or anything we need to vote on. So at this point, I'm going to hand this over back to Mick and Scott for other business as needed.
Before we do that, can I make just a point of clarification on amendment number 8? When it speaks to the number of quarters, you'll see there that in the shaded area, it would increase that to 92. That 92 is only for situations in which schools utilize the proposed amendment. It does not give 12 extra quarters for everybody just to gain 3 extra games, so to speak. So those 92 quarters are only for situations if this were to pass for the tournament as spelled out.
Thank you, Andy. All right, Mick and Scott, over to you guys now.
Did we actually open the last 4 up for questions prior to revisions? This is from our discussion groups.
No, so we need to do that. Good catch.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
So any questions on amendments? 8, 9, 10, and 11? Any questions on amendments 8, 9, 10, or 11? Mr. Chamberlain, you have a question.
I did. I had a question on number 11 is, I think the question that I had is, it says misapplication, misinterpretation. And currently, I think most of us probably lean toward the football conversations of ejections, and there's some judgment. So the question is if an athlete was ejected for throwing a punch, and then that was shown that it was reversed by staff, would that fit this rule that we would have to go back and they'd have the ability to look at the contest results? Or is that considered a judgment and that would not fall under this rule?
That situation is already pretty clearly lined out in this rule. So yes, it does go back to the league to determine the outcome after the staff has made the change due to judgment.
Thank you, Cindy. Any other questions for amendments 8, 9, 10, or 11?
Hey, we had one question in our group about 2 games in one day, and for basketball, for the 1B, 2Bs, they're allowed to play those 2 contests, and they have that 45-minute rest between the contests. So this tournament, they could go and play 2 games in one day for that to happen. But do the varsity / 4A, 3As get to do that?
Currently, no. Or 1A, 2A either.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions on 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, or 11? Okay, hopefully for reals this time, I'm giving it back to Scott and Mick, and I'm done, so we'll see.
I want to add something real quick before we turn it back over to Scott. I'm not sure that you can see us very well, but I want to really give credit to our parliamentarian, Mark Cohen, but I want you all to know, you see this? This is what the handbook looked like when he started. It's a 5x7. And this is what the handbook looked like when he retired. It's 8.5 by 11 and a whole lot thicker. So just keep that in mind as you listen to his expertise.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks for pointing that out, Cindy. Mick, do we have any other business?
Point of clarification, we had some people ask about making motions to change the rationale. That doesn't need to go through the formal adjustment process. You can go ahead and adjust that language just because it's not part of the actual amendment. So as it's being explained in written or verbal. The other piece is on behalf of the board and staff, thank you very much again for taking on this extra effort. The other piece is as you're going out and sharing this information and gathering people's input to determine how you're going to vote, making sure that you're talking to your local area as well as people across the state. WIAA is a great opportunity for that. We would also ask that as other questions or ideas come up about other desired rule changes or things that maybe need to be altered, move forward, that you capture those as part of this process to make sure amendments can begin to be written for next year with that October date, that we don't wait until September, October, and then November, December and miss the date again. So as you're going through this process and other ideas pop up, please capture them. You can get them to our staff, get them to your district boards for sure. We can try to help find out if there's other people interested and see if it's something to come out of the board or out of local districts. So again, thank you. And Scott, David, thank you for carrying us through this process today.
Yeah, I would just like to mirror what Mick said. Thank you for your time, and hopefully the discussions at your district level and your league levels are informative. And if you have questions, reach out so that we can make informed decisions as a membership. Do we share timeline at this point or not?
Timeline regarding voting?
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy can help with that.
Yep, so the voting period, everything will be the same as we've done the last few years. You'll receive an email if you're a voting delegate. That will be sent out on the first day of voting, which is April 26th. The voting will last through May 5th. I will reach out a few times if I do not see your vote. I know that's toward the end of the spring break time period. I want to make sure everybody gets their votes in, make sure we get every vote counted. So if I have not seen your vote about midway through the process, I will reach out to you. The district directors will also have the link to that, so you can reach out to them if you've not seen it. But again, that's the voting timeline.
All right, thanks, Andy. At this time, we would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thanks, Mark.
Second.
Thanks, Rocky. So we got a motion and second to adjourn Winter Coalition 2023. Any discussion?
Call for the question.
All in favor? Thumbs up.